All right. Is this thing on? All right. Yeah. So we're gonna take a journey on down. Gotta make some headway. Been playing Forza Horizon 6 for the past couple of days since it's come out, and it's been extremely fun, to say the least. Okay. So we're going down here to get to this race, but we're way up here. So this drive is going to be quite fun. Fun.
Sharp right. Recalculating route. In 100 yards, turn left. When it is safe to do so. In 200 yards, turn left. In 100 yards, turn right.
So much cooler.
In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left.
Oh. That's it.
Turn sharp right. Turn sharp right. Recalculating route. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Calculating route. Yards. Turn right. Yards. Turn right.
Hey,
400 yards. Turn left. Calculating route. 400 yards. Turn right. In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 100 yards, turn right. In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left. You have arrived at your destination.
okay. It's a little drinking card in the game. Somebody car out there and they like, Resume from here. Jeez Louise. Be cleaner. Oh, no, no, no. I did what I had to get through. I did what I had to do. I had to do what I had to do. I had to do it. First place joint. Are the Cubs losing again?
Okay, Chuck. What do you want to do next?
I don't know. Let's see what we got up here. We have in this area. Let's see. I am here. This, did I do this? I haven't done that. Speed racing.
200 yards. Turn right. Turn right. In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left. You've arrived at your destination.
Okay. That's the recommended car. I'd rather take this. I mean, it just seemed like a better option, you know? Okay. Run it. Oh, that's unbelievable. Shot it in the booty. Oh, bad sound. I have to start it over no more. Look at New Smoke. It's the home. Xbox friend. I see you up there. Oh, good. Good job. Wrecking Man. Stupid car. And the more I seen it, the more I looked to drive right into it. Dang. He's right into driving me. They did that on purpose. Okay, Chuck. that new. He did way better than me. But record, he did a place better than him. I should have chose my own car. I should have just chose my own car and I would have been just fine. That's what I get for going against the grain. It's alright. The grain sometimes needs to be gone against. Or something. Something. Yeah, that's not my car. Give me my car. Well, first. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Take it. Okay, sure. Sure. Look at that old bubble Chevy. Look at the wheel. Oh, what? I might just do my bubble Chevy, bro. I'm gonna do my bubble Chevy. Where do I need to go? Let's see. Railroad split. That looks fun. Good.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
See that blade?
In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left. You have arrived at your destination.
Show you right. They ain't looking about Fuji in the back. I took some incredible photos. I'm not before. I look forward to doing it again. My options. I got the streamer mode music. can't really say nothing. Told you we could get him, shouted. Told you we could get him, shouted. Rain or what? Can I get a like? Can you hit the like button for your boy for the first place? Hey. There should be 3 stars. Stock party, seasonal championship. Go take some, deliver some food. Yeah, don't ask me where.
What's up? Looking forward to the Rush event? It'll be a cold one, apparently. I'm gonna keep hitting races to qualify. I'll see you there, right?
Look at your boy. Look at your boy.
The orders are ready. I have plotted your route to the pickup location. In 200 yards, turn sharp left. Turn sharp left. You have arrived at your destination.
Pickup service.
Orders ready.
They pick up service. It's rock.
Okay, the food in your delivery needs to be mixed before it arrives with the customer. Get creative on your drive and you'll figure it out.
My favorite. Thanks.
Sure, I could have gotten it faster. I don't know what the
Good work.
stipulations quite
You can
were,
pick up
but
another job if you want to.
yeah, 1 star. Excuse me. Raku, I'm here to pick up your order. Yeah, she's Steve. Steve Chakowski.
The food order is ready. I have set your route to the pickup location. In 100 yards, turn right. In 100 yards, turn left. In 100 yards, turn right.
Hey, man.
You have arrived at your destination.
Here for the order.
It's ready.
Thank you. All right. Time to bring home the bacon.
Hey, that's a big order of ice cream. Get to the customer before it's no longer iced and it's just cream.
like 2 stars. At least.
Nice. If you want to, you can go ahead and collect another delivery.
Nicely done. Keep this up, and you'll be Rakuraku's best driver.
Oh, shit. Raku. It's Steve Chakowski. Yeah. Hey.
The food order is ready for collection. Route to pickup has been plotted. Yards. Turn left. Turn left. In 100 yards, turn right.
I got it.
You have arrived at your destination.
I'm the best here at Raku.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Chief Chakowski, remember the day from Staten Island.
Order collected. Your route is set to the nearest delivery address.
I don't know how it is.
Turn right. In 100 yards, turn right. In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left.
Still hot. Thanks.
Order delivered. Your route has been set to the next drop-off point. In 100 yards, turn left. In 200 yards, turn right. Turn right.
Good job.
Okay. Oh, it's another one.
Order delivery complete. Your route has been altered to the final customer drop-off location. Turn left. In 400 yards, turn sharp left. Turn sharp left.
I guess that whole corner of God had it under control at this point.
You have arrived at your destination.
Dang.
I'm looking forward
Because I
to
messed
this.
up in the beginning, man. That first little drop off. Spit it out.
Great. We have more orders ready if you want to take on another job.
Let's go.
Okay, Chuck. What do you want to do?
I'm not quite sure. That dirt race.
Okay, Chuck. I have set your route to the dirt race event.
Not in this car. I know what I want this time. Let's go. Yeah, this is my probably like my favorite car. Top 2 favorite cars.
Yards. Turn sharp right. Recalculating route. In 100 yards, turn right. In 200 yards, turn right. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Recalculating route. In 200 yards, turn right. Turn left.
Get out of my way.
entered your destination.
Not in my car. It's okay. Yeah, y'all playing. tried to do it. I did better than both 8th and 11th. My partner. That's like kind of low key all I'm caring about. I'm doing better towards finishing the races. Competitive up there. I should be getting like in better places like top 3. So. Yeah. Discover. Womp. Womp. Okay. Oh. They gave me that 150, man. I gotta let me get that 150, man. Shit, so much. So much. Haven't even scratched the surface, really. Take a little breather. Then we're gonna go transition to the little to online real quick. Right back. You right back. Fix it. Might help if I plug this up. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Something like that. Something to that degree. I would get it. Let me see if Wow. Oh, oh. It's cool. It's good. That was a good little video, man. You know. This dude. Could he not? Good. Why they should be able to? Uh, yeah. Hmm. Huh. Yeah, man. Let's make the block hot. All right. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. All right. Copycats. Hmm. 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 Woof. It's crazy. It's got me thinking of something. Yeah, that made me think of something. I don't need to keep hearing that. Huh. Watch this. Hmm. Sounds about right. Hmm. Oh, you know what? Can't even hear it. Crazy. I wonder how long it's been like that. They don't like say nothing. I sat there and watched that whole video. Hmm. Probably could still only hear me.
Resumes nowadays, and humans don't even look over the resumes nowadays, and humans don't even look over the resume.
Okay. There you go.
Instead, it's some sort of AI that's looking for keywords, right? And so to combat this, what people do is they use AI to create their own resume because they want, for whatever specific industry they're going into, they want AI to make sure that the correct trigger words are on there. So in other words, if you can't seduce an AI, then you're not getting a job, right?
Right.
And so now we have
Okay,
AI
there we
talking
go.
to other AI. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to late stage capitalism. I mean, it's
Huh.
just ridiculous, is it not? It's comical. I would love to laugh about it, but I'm in the shit right now, right? Like, it's so ridiculous. And every part of the process is completely in favor of these corporations because some of them will try to detect if you used AI on your resume, and then they'll say, well, listen, we used AI to look over your resume, but the fact that you used AI on your resume, that's a no-no.
Right.
And so you're no longer an applicant anymore.
Right. I know
Let's
you
talk
say
about
I'm
ghost
lying,
jobs
but it's
for a
crazy.
second here too. I'm just going to be all over the place in this video, but just bear with me here. There are literally fake jobs that companies will put out there so that they seem more desirable and like they're hiring. And it's so disrespectful, and to do that from the position of power, like the corporations have the power, is beyond me. It's so ridiculous. One of my good friends, he's 2 years older than me, so he graduated last year, so it's been a little over a year in the job market, a year and a half, and this is legitimately the individual with the most agency out of anyone that I know. So like he's very proactive. He constantly like takes control of his own life, right? And he has KPIs that he does every day. So he has to submit a minimum of 4 applications every single day. He's never missed a day, and he like does among many other things that he does. But you know, smart guy. He's nothing over the top. He's nothing like he's no crazy good candidate, but he's bare minimum average, maybe a little bit above average, and then he works really hard. So shouldn't a guy like that, the average guy, be rewarded with, you know, a decent job? Is that too much to ask for? Yeah, apparently it is. And in about 4 to 5 years, I'm gonna say, not even it. I don't know if you guys have seen Claudebot. It's getting pretty scary, but AI will take over. And the only reason that AI hasn't already taken over is because they don't understand how to manage the liability of AI. So AI, like I just mentioned, Claudebot, it's just a virtual assistant. It can pretty much do anything for you. I'm considering actually buying it myself to try to help me with trying to make money online. But essentially, it can do the majority of basic jobs, and then like let's see, it's advancing at a faster rate than ever before. So in 1 year from now, AI could potentially do 90% of desk jobs, like jobs that are done on a computer. And at that point, the only thing that's stopping the implementation of this is liability. How do these companies control
the
like,
guardrails?
who do they blame? Because if a doctor has malpractice, then they're like, hey, like, you know, you're getting in trouble for that. Or like if a member of a hedge fund is, you know, fucking up, like they have like tracking abilities on this, and so that person can be punished. With AI, it's like, oh, this went wrong. Like, who do we fire? Who do we hold accountable? There really isn't one. And for a lot of larger companies that are handling a lot more critical information, such as people's like, you know, money, their financial, like how they're getting paid through their bank account, whatever, like you're sitting at very high risk situations. And oh my gosh, don't even get me started on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is the fakest place on earth. Everybody, it actually seems like people are selling their soul on LinkedIn. Like, no bullshit. The posts from people that I grew up with, like friends of mine, I'm not trying to judge, but it's like, oh my gosh, everybody's a pussy. But at the same time, I don't even blame them. I do not blame them because they need a job, but it seems like they're selling their soul just to get a job that they don't even want, and that will be taken over in 4 to 5 years' time. It is a joke. It's a joke. For those who don't know me, and maybe you just clicked on this video because you saw the title and you related, I do social media. I just started in October of this past year, so it's been like 6 months, right? Or like 5 months, okay? I now have a greater asset in my social media following. You know, I have like around 300K on Instagram and like 550K on TikTok. I have a greater asset in my social media following. By the way, I seriously don't mean that. I'm not saying that to brag or be cocky at all. I'm just saying that for example here. It's a greater asset to me than my degree will be when I graduate at the end of the semester. It legitimately is, which is why I just told you guys I'm trying to do Claudebot, because I want to tell it to. I want it to show me how I can make money online, because right now I'm making no money at all besides like what I get paid for views. And anybody that knows like TikTok, it is like terrible. I've gotten like over 300 million views on TikTok, and I haven't even been paid like $1,000 or something. 300 million views, guys. It might actually be more than that. Actually, it could potentially be a lot more than that. But like it's just so bad. Instagram, I get paid no money from. Like, you don't get paid for views at all. At least maybe you could, but I don't. I'm getting too sidetracked right now. What I want to say is that it almost seems like you could be working your butt off in college, or maybe you already have a job, but it's entry level and you're trying to work your way up. But it's, what are we doing it for? Because we're just going to get replaced by AI, and these companies, these corporations, I don't need to convince you. You guys know they don't care about you. They don't. This is all you are to them. You're an asset. You make them money. The average employee makes a company 4 times what their salary is. That is a fact. So it's a humiliation ritual, guys. For the first time ever, The average age of a new hire is 43 years old. That's the highest it's ever been in American history, I believe, if I'm not wrong. Do you know how like messed up that is? Shouldn't it be your like college students? People aren't going to be able to retire, and with inflation, you work really hard right now. You get paid. Let's say you get paid $30 an hour. Well, $30 an hour in 20 years from now is going to be worth the equivalent of maybe $10 an hour. And then in another 20 to 30 years, when you would retire, it's going to be worth like a few dollars. So when they promote you, it's not even them promoting you. It's just saying, well, so inflation increased by like 7% and your promotion is going to give you an extra 2-3%. So you're going to be happy, right? No, you're actually like not even leveling out with the market, with the value of the dollar. It's such a joke. I'm saying this stuff out loud and I'm like, is this even real? Like, I can't believe this is real. It's ridiculous not to believe that AI can't take your job. I know a lot of people like hate AI and all this stuff, but you have to like live in the real world and try to plan accordingly to like what's going on. Like this is game theory optimal, right? Like you got to figure out the game and then like try to position yourself in the best spot.
Yeah,
So
man.
Naval Ravikant, he says that the future it's all going to be about creation. So you need to create something. It doesn't need to be content creation like what I'm doing right now, but you have to create a business. You need to create a skill set that's going to be valuable for something, because AI is going to be able to automate most things. It's your best bet to plan accordingly. And
I'm trying to
I feel
tell
like
people
it's
this.
a better use of my time to try to figure out how these AI systems work. And I'm not talking ChatGPT that's going to help me complete my homework, or for the people that are already working, write a email to one of your coworkers. I'm talking about like the actual beauty of AI, which is that it can write code. So you don't, as long as you can speak English, you can now create software. And whether that's an app or whether that's a website or whether that's just like a service in general, if you can create something good enough, then you can be your own boss. And there's talks in the air of what is referred to as universal base income. If you're unfamiliar, let's say that AI comes in and it takes all desk jobs. So now unemployment is 50%. Then Elon Musk is saying in 7 years time, we'll have robots that can be mass produced that will take over most labor intensive jobs. So now we're looking at unemployment in the 90s, potentially more. I've heard experts say 98, 99%. If you can't find a way to get into the class of elites, which most people can't, me and you, let's be real, most likely won't, then it's just going to be a two faction system like in the movies. You used to have the upper class, the middle class, the lower class, right? Or I like to call it the working class in the middle. Now you have the upper class, which owns like 30 to 40% of the wealth, and it's 0.01%. There is no middle class. The working class is just like the bottom, like 99%. Because let's say you're a lawyer. At this point, I'm just rambling about the economy and not even just the job market. But let's say you're a lawyer. You are still putting in 60 hours a week, which is the same as the Amazon single mom that works at Amazon for also 60 hours a week to just try to support. And so don't get me wrong, the lawyer's going to make a lot more money, but you have to look at things in terms of how much effort and time are you putting into this stuff. It's ridiculous. For those who don't know, the ancient Romans and the ancient Greeks, they have words for it. One's like odium. Odium, that's what the word is. OTIMU, I think. Or IUM, whatever it is, okay? It basically means like leisure time, but not in like a you're lazy way. It's more in like you're going to do fruitful things like connect with your community, read, write, philosophy, whatever it is, okay? So back in the day, you were rich the less that you worked. That was the signal. And so the Romans and the Greeks both believed very much that your life is not about, just like working. So I've made another video on my channel where I say only a slave quantifies its existence through productivity. We've created a hustle culture where people are just like willing to do anything. And it's like they're straight up just like being slaves to these corporations. The entire job application process is you kissing ass until you could get there. I made a video recently where I said my problem is the corporate world requires a certain level of ass kissing, a certain level of suck uppery that I simply wasn't born with.
Right.
But it's true. What are we doing here? What are we doing nowadays? The problem too is that a lot of people, every single person that I went to high school with, that I know of, is not even like willing to put in the mental effort to like try to revolt against this system. Instead, they're just like succumbing to it, and they're like, I give up, like I don't care enough. And
yeah, it's frustrating,
dude. It's tragic. What are we doing?
Yeah, I feel it.
I've applied to over 150 jobs.
I've applied to 500 jobs this year and not heard back from any of them.
We have some pretty horrible economic news. United States layoffs are now surging to their highest point since the pandemic.
The big companies are the first wave, the medium companies are the second wave, and smaller companies are the third wave.
I worked for this company for 4 years. This just came out of nowhere.
I think there's an idea that if people are too broke to focus on anything other than just trying to survive, maybe they won't push back.
Let's talk about the current job market in America. If you are working right now, consider it a blessing no matter what type of work it is, because most people are saying they cannot find a job. In fact, people are being told that the average wait time now to find a job is about 12 to 18 months.
So they're saying it takes 9 to 12 months, maybe even longer, to get a job in this market. And that's, to me, that's one of the most tone-deaf statements that I hear career coaches say, because if you're anything like I was when I got laid off, you don't have 3 months. Your bills don't quit just because you get laid off. Your expenses don't quit. Your kids still have to eat. You got to keep the lights on. You got to do all these things. So to sit there and say, just buckle up and get ready, be prepared, be patient, is the most nonsense crap I've ever seen.
I need you to understand one thing. If Amazon can cut 14,000 jobs 62 days before Christmas, what makes you think that your job would not cut you?
Before Christmas.
Your job is safe?
I remember that.
Guys, we are living in times where employers don't give a damn about you being a 3-time employee of the month, a 3-time employee of the year, how much brown nosing you do, how much overtime you work, how much sacrificing you did for the company, neglecting your family. They don't care, guys. These jobs only care about the income that they can make for the company, and they're going to pay you as less as possible, but work to get the most out of you to accomplish that. And if they have to cut you to meet those numbers, those analytics, then guess what? Get ready, because they're going to treat you like trash going out on a Friday. Being somebody who knows, because that's what happened to me at my job. But not only that, guys, 84 million people are supposed to lose their jobs in 2025 thanks to layoffs and firings. And this should be a clear sign to you that if the big tech companies can lay off people who are making hundreds and $200 an hour, what do you think they'll do for you making $15 to $20 an hour?
I am literally crashing the fuck out, because I know everyone says finding a job right now is so hard, but I've been trying to find a marketing job for so long now, and it's actually the most difficult thing ever. Like, I didn't expect it to be as hard as people actually said it was, but it is. Like, it's literally a loop of just like hopelessness. Like, it's just over and over and over every time.
It's very
the job market is so bad right now that I'm fully convinced the only way that you're going to make money and be financially stable right now and in a career path that you don't absolutely hate is by starting your own business. And the idea sounds more and more enticing to me every day when I watch these videos of recruiters talk about how they have over 600 applicants for a work from home position.
Let me tell you how bad the job market is right now. I got laid off about 36 days ago. Probably 200 applications in. Out of that, probably 25 rejection letters. Signed up at Walmart for a job. Signed with the local Publix, my grocery store, for a job. No interviews, no contacts. Out of all the applications I put in, I've had 2 interviews. Been ghosted probably 15 times. Then I decided, well, you know what? I'll do DoorDash. Went to do DoorDash. Couldn't get on in the area. Your zone is full. Can't even do DoorDash. That's how bad it is. I've been aged out 36 days. This is the longest I've ever been without a job ever in my life. 23 years in the military, master's degree, bachelor's, tons of experience. Can't find anything.
I'm a recruiter and I work in the life sciences industry. I posted a position yesterday on LinkedIn for a data scientist role. The role's remote. It filters out anyone that doesn't live in the US, has knockout questions for people just to make sure that they meet the qualifications for the role. So active applications, I log in today, over 600. Taking a look through all of the applications, every single person is qualified. I have to go through and reject over 600 people for a job that these people probably well deserve because our market is crashing. I've never seen anything like this in the 11 years that I've been recruiting. The job market is awful right now.
I got a job offer for a place, you know, a tanning salon, a managerial position, right? Required my bachelor's degree. Yeah, of course. This is good. This is good. I'll be working, you know, different environment. I like, you know, makeup, blah, blah, blah. $14 an hour. $14 an hour. What?
So her mouth. But yeah, that's
I wouldn't have been able to fucking eat with $14 an hour. Like, it required my bachelor's degree. I went to the interview. I almost took the job, honestly. But I didn't. I said I would rather be unemployed. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And this is a tanning salon that is very well known. I'm pretty sure it's in every state. It is so baffling that they're paying their people like that. Especially how overpriced their shit is.
So I just came out of the City of Burbank job fair and media expo where there were no jobs available. It was about...
It's pretty bad, man. You know, even in my own journey, like just trying to apply to so many, and I work, I have a job, right? But, you know, they say like you're supposed to, while you're trying to get another job, obviously anyway, before you know, leave a job or something like that, you should try to, or you should make sure you acquire another one somewhere else. And I've been doing that. And it's just crazy. I have quite a few right now that are like in the next part of the process, but that next part of the process hasn't even begun. It's just kind of like, can I reach out to the hiring manager? You know, can I talk to them directly? I've been considering, like, I started adding them on LinkedIn for real. I started adding them, but I don't know what to say. Like, I don't want to be that guy and say something super awkward. But I'm thinking like just asking them like an arbitrary question, like, you know, what's the hardest part of, you know, like, have you been, like, what's something that you think, you know, I'm sure, I don't know, like, this is not an attempt for me to ask for a job, but I am curious to know what are some things that could help me stand out for any role I may apply with your company. Oh, you know, that's a good question. I might actually do that. I actually might do that. It's not a bad idea.
People, including me, holding resumes.
Not a
and
bad
a bunch
idea.
of tens of people, I guess, promoting their businesses, I guess. And no one was hiring at all, including the company that just laid me off. There were about 100 people in line to talk to them. And then there was just like a lady from there being like, if you're trying to drop off a resume, just go online. It's all online. I talked to a lady from the Burbank Library. She's like, we're here to answer questions about the library. And I was like, okay, are you guys hiring? And she was like, I don't know, go online. Anyway, it was awful and demoralizing, but I did it. I gave it a try. I can say I tried. Do better, City of Burbank. There are a lot of people out there looking for jobs right now, and I think I was not the only one who expected there to be some people hiring at the job fair.
I am to the point, I miss the days when you had to just go into a physical location, fill out an application, and you had one interview, you sat down, you talked to the freaking owner of the business, and at the end of it, you were offered a job or you were told no. I mean, I
remember those days.
Why in the flying do we have, why is it the way that it is today? I mean, two interviews and the questions that are asked, my goodness, I have never been asked such stupid ass questions in my entire life. The lady literally asked me, "Are you kind?" What the? How does like what the? How does I don't understand. I'm going crazy. Like, are you guys hiring or not? Just it's that simple. I'm fed the fuck up. I'm fed the fuck up, and I know I cannot be the only one fed the fuck up with the job market and how things are operating today. It's just.
You guys, the job market is literally insane right now because I have used every single connection I have made since starting my professional career, even like college connections. I have messaged every single person that I can possibly think of. I've emailed recruiters that I've talked to years ago about jobs at like previous companies that I was interviewing for. I've even cold emailed recruiters that I found like on LinkedIn, and I'm like, I don't know what is going on here, but I can't even get like an initial interview and I'll be extremely qualified for the job, or even qualified for the job. And I'm like that desperate. I'm just like, I think people are preying on the fact that we're all that desperate. I don't know what to do. Every time I apply for something, I make sure my resume is fully tailored to that job. I make sure there's keywords in there that match the job description perfectly. And I literally I'll have like initial phone calls with people, and they'll be like, don't worry, like if we proceed or don't proceed, we'll let you know otherwise. We won't ghost you. They've all ghosted me. I'm like, don't even tell me that. And then another company I was interviewing for, it was like an initial HR interview. She was like, oh my God, I'm so excited to get you in front of the team, yada, yada. And I followed up with her like a week later when she said she would get back to me. And when I emailed her a couple hours later, I got an automated response saying they are moving forward with other candidates that are more like the experience is more closely aligned to what they're looking for. I'm like, what are you looking for then? How are people finding jobs unless they're taking jobs that have crap pay and are just sticking it out and have multiple jobs? I don't know.
I got laid off from my corporate job yesterday. And I think that this is the reality for a lot of Americans right now, and it needs to be shared because America is not doing well right now. We have a 94% prediction rate that the recession's gonna come, but yet our frickin' administration hasn't even made the move to actually say that a recession's coming. And let's actually call it what it is, a depression. People can't afford groceries, they can't afford rent, they can't afford buying houses, they can't afford having babies, they can't afford having the kids in general if they already have them. We are not in a good spot, y'all. I know that I'm just a number in a company, but I thought I was okay. You're going to think that you're okay because you've worked there for so long or you have the right experience. Like, guys, I have an undergraduate in marketing, a master's in business, 6 years of paid social media experience, both on a strategist and manager level. I have done people management for at least 3 years. I'm a senior level in my career. And yet, when I was hired to do a senior level role, I was forced into entry level positions. I was doing entry level work as a senior level strategist, all while at the same time being asked to reduce my workload with AI, and our team was having layoffs every like 3 months. I should have seen it coming. I really should have. But the thing is that it was not something that I saw coming, because the day before that they laid me off, I was literally talking coverage plans with another employee who was going on leave for like months. How am I supposed to sit there and not think that I'm safe in that moment? I just think it's absolutely ridiculous that we live in a world like this where like my manager wasn't even the one that fired me, by the way, or laid me off. It was frickin' HR, and they read off a script, but my whole team got laid off. And this is the reality for a lot of Americans right now. My partner is a first responder, so I'm very lucky for the fact that I can be leaning on him for support right now, because luckily his job is secure, thanks to the fact that number one, his job is essential, and number two, he has a union behind him. What I will never understand is why corporate agencies have not unionized. We're not allowed, right? We're not allowed. That's part of it. We'll get fired because at least in this corporate world, they're always going to side on the side of business because that's what's making the government money. This world right now is not supporting people. It is supporting business. You are just a number, unfortunately. So please prepare yourself for shit like this. I wish I would have. I wish I'd been applying to other jobs months ago. I just was so dumb to not realize the signs. I want to talk about it. I think people need to talk about it. I think we need to make this more public. We all saw the jobs report. It was awful. Getting laid off on the day that the jobs report goes out, and it's 22,000 instead of 75,000 new jobs. You know how discouraging that is?
News came out today that they are more
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, you know, like I really don't see how it could even turn around. Like you have the combination of AI replacing jobs and people or businesses themselves trying to consolidate the workload, right? Or their resources. Like who is supposed to get it? Who's supposed to work? So everybody's getting laid off and now everyone's trying to apply for the same jobs. I was on LinkedIn the other day. I'm on LinkedIn every day. And just like the lady said, man, you'll see it. A job posting and it's only been up for a couple of hours. And you'll see how many people have already applied to it. Like how many people have already applied to the job. And you get to see what levels they are, and some of them director level, senior level, you know. Like I was like, should I go and get my master's degree at this point? That's not even really helping people either. So that would I don't want to arbitrarily just add onto student loan debt. It's like, what are your options? You see what I'm doing? Literally, I'm right here on YouTube. So make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, cause trying trying to survive in this game, boy. It's tough out here.
In America than there are job offerings or job openings. So we are inherently cooked. I know for myself that I've already been applying for jobs, and I've applied for over 1,000 jobs already in the last few months. I've had interviews that have led to nowhere. I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a technical degree, and I still can't get or break into the tech world, which is in shambles right now. But I know that it has to be more than just like, oh, like I'm making a career switch and I'm just like not like, I don't have a lot of experience under my belt when it comes to tech, right? It has to be a little bit more than that. And I honestly do believe that something is brewing, something is going to happen quickly. If you have a job, which I do right now, I'm very thankful.
Right.
Keep your job.
Right.
Stay in your job. You can look for other jobs, but don't ever quit your job.
Yeah.
Because it's awful out here.
I am unemployed, and we had some savings. I had some severance to hold us over for a few months, and that is running out. I have been interviewing. I've been applying for jobs. Like it is literally my part-time job right now to find a job. Had interviews. I haven't had any offers. Certainly not any offers for remote work. I've had interviews for in-person work, but they pay significantly lower. Like the places where I live, where I have to go to work, they don't pay well. At least they don't pay what remote work will pay. But here's what I am doing. I am opening up my classes on VIP Kid because I used to teach English to kids in China. I'm continuing to apply. I'm continuing to go through with interviews, whether they're in person or they're virtual.
What do you think about the mass extinction event that's happening in the jobs market, mostly because of AI? How is it affecting your life? Well, I can tell you that it's certainly affecting, or it seems to be affecting, everyone's life if you're Gen Z, even millennial, and possibly even Gen X. And our government is not doing anything about it. They're sitting on the sidelines while these billionaires and these giant corporations develop a technology, and there's no thought on how this is going to affect our society. And you might think, why isn't government doing anything about it? Well, it's obvious, right? Its government is completely corrupted by corporations, billionaires, and special interests.
Just got off the phone with an old friend of mine who's way smarter than me. And I don't think anyone realizes where we are in the world right now. as a society. We are creating something for the first time in human history that is more intelligent than us.
You know, and I'm glad he brought up that point because I hear people when we discuss that AI taking over, you know, various industries and stuff like that. People like, well, they said the same thing when, you know, when cars came out. You know, horse riders. You know, which it did eliminate horse riding. Cars came and removed, you know, horses changed transportation forever. And you know, these are technologies. This AI thing is a whole new thing. Like it's not like other things where it didn't have the ability to think for itself or to do for itself and it has the potential to replace us. I mean, it already is, obviously, but I mean as far as like it's already more smarter than us. So what you think it's gonna be like in 5-10 years from now? And then they're creating these robot armies. Like, as much as I like Elon, bro, y'all are tripping with all these robots. But it's a whole new era that we're in, and we've never been in this position before. So it's spooky, to be honest. You better learn coding. I understand a little bit of coding, not a lot, but I understand a little bit of coding. But you might want to learn coding if you're 35 and younger, because if it all goes to the left, you better know how to speak computer language, because they don't speak English. They don't need to.
We are creating something that requires more energy than we have.
Data centers.
I don't want to sound like a doomsdayer, but my God. I have 2 young children. I don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to tell them. I don't think anyone knows what's coming. It's not gonna be good.
On Tuesday with the hiring manager. Before that, I had an interview with the recruiter, and she told me we had hundreds of applicants. You were the resume that we saw, and we were like, we absolutely need to talk to her. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. She's like,
Yeah.
we were talking about my background and everything. She goes, he is totally gonna want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Whatever. We move on. I talked to the hiring manager. That was on a Friday. I talked to the hiring manager the next week on a Tuesday, which was last Tuesday. I'm talking to him. The interview's going really well. I'm like explaining my background because he is coming from a completely different area in tech. And so he doesn't really understand what I've been doing in AI, but now he's running this AI department. So he's really trying to understand. I'm explaining everything. The interview goes really well. I ask at the end, I'm like, is there anything that you heard me discuss today or from my resume that you think makes me not able to do this job? And he was
That's a
like,
good question.
the only thing was when I saw your resume, I was worried about your leadership experience because this is a lead position. And he goes, but we have more than covered that. Like, I know you're a senior editor who runs a group of 15. Like, I totally understand your leadership experience. Like, we're all good on that. Like, it works. Okay. And then he also, and it was like, once I saw your resume, like, you were the person that I wanted to talk to. I'm like, we need to get her in here, all this stuff. Like, telling me, like, how I am perfect for this role. And so then he says, next steps, I really want you to talk to these other people. I want you to see the AI platform so you can understand what you're gonna be working on. Just make sure you're comfortable with it and like, you got it. He was asking me about how I would interview other candidates like under me for the role and stuff like that. And then he's like, okay, so you mentioned an edit test for those people. I think maybe I'd want to set up an edit test too for this. I go, oh, awesome, yeah, like great. Stealing my idea, first of all, second of all, whatever. And so then, literally, this man is telling me, I am the top candidate for this position. We're setting up an interview. That was on Tuesday. I sent him a thank you note on Tuesday. Sent him a thank you note. Talked to the hiring, or messaged the hiring, or the recruiter, and I was like, hey, like this interview went really well. Let me know what the next steps in the process are when they come up. Basically, that was Tuesday. We don't hear anything on Friday. So on Friday, I'm starting to worry. I'm like, I haven't heard anything all week. I'm kind of like nervous. I'm like gaslighting myself. I'm like, did he actually like say all those things, or did I make them up in my head and like black out and like I'm lying to myself because I have OCD? So I was like tweaking a little bit. And I'm like, no, he fucking verbatim said these words to me. Like, he wants to set up the next interview, all this stuff. So today, I'm taking my dog home from the dog park, get a message. Sunday, 4:14 p.m. Mind you, this man's on Pacific time, I'm on Central. So this is 2:14 p.m. He's obviously catching up on emails. He goes, "Hi, Blake." Let me read it verbatim. This is what it says. "Hi, Blake. Thanks for contacting me and connecting earlier last week. We are progressing our interviews with candidates for the role and we'll be in touch." Okay. You literally told me I was getting a 3rd round interview. So I'm confused what's going on here, because that is very clearly a no. It's also not like the tone he was using with me. So I'm like, I don't really know what happened. I guess I'm just like really confused. Like, how did I go from being your top candidate and getting a 3rd round interview to you're not even in the running anymore? And maybe
Something happened in that
overanalyzing, but I
second.
don't really think I am. I talked to multiple people in my life and they're like, no, that is not a good sign.
So I just got off a team's call at
Dang.
work.
She's crying.
I got a meeting invite this morning called Team Update. There was about 15 people on the call. Our VP just terminated our.
Yeah, that's totally frustrating to get ghosted, right? Like I said, I got a couple applications out right now where like you can check the status of the application after you submitted it. And you know, I've sent applications to this one place, at least for about the last half year or so. And you could tell because you could see the dates from when you submitted the application. And the first couple of ones you just see them in one spot saying under consideration. It's just kind of still, they let you know ain't nothing happened. You're under consideration, you just submitted it, they don't care. It's just there. Then it'll flip and it'll go into in progress, which I had to look it up on Reddit. And it was like when it goes into in progress, now they are actually considering you, or they put you in a different stack or something. I don't know. But yeah, I've seen a couple of those get flipped to that recently. Like some of the more recent applications. And it's been like weeks for some of them, you know? It's just like, what's going on? Like, what's the haps on the craps, you know? It's very frustrating, you know, but you got to have patience. You can only do so much, you know, just keep running on the hamster wheel, keep applying. But just like how she said, you know, it's, you don't really know. It's not like you can just reach out to someone or, you know, there's, you know, some sort of correspondence or anything like that. So getting ghosted is just, it's really the worst. It's like, you know, being ghosted by somebody that you actually like and want to talk to, and they won't pick up the phone, or they change your number on you. You don't know how to get in contact with them. So you just out here looking like Shawty here and crying. You don't want to be like Shawty here and crying.
Positions. I'm feeling really upset about it. In tech right now, a lot of layoffs are happening. Who knows, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. I like my job, I enjoyed my job, but I didn't love it as much as I used to. And I know that you're not supposed to always love your job. A job is a job. A job is to make money so that you can provide for your family. And I was very fortunate to have that job and to work with all the people there and learn all the things, level up my abilities. Thursday, I didn't think today was gonna be like this.
We're not even midway through December yet, and I've had at least 4 friends call and tell me that they've lost their jobs. And then I got called for one of my jobs, and they are cutting the rate basically almost in half. One of my friends specifically I know was replaced, her position was replaced by AI. That's not even the worst part. The worst part is healthcare going up and the cost of heating going up. It's set to almost double by January. And the most infuriating is this whole shrinkflation thing. The prices don't always seem to have gone up at the stores. Like, I buy a ton of Christmas candy to give to everyone during the holiday season, and I went to buy what I normally buy, and I got about half for the same price. But I buy the same product, but then I open the bag and it's half of what it used to be. And if they don't do that because they can't do that, then the
Like
price
a bag of chips.
So essentially, almost everything is about twice as expensive, and tons of people are not even working, and people who are maybe making way less. I think there's an idea that if people are too broke to focus on anything other than just trying to survive, maybe they won't push back.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I think anyone who thinks that is gravely mistaken.
So something that I'm realizing people who aren't currently in this job market are not understanding. That I want to spell out very plainly for you. When we say there are no jobs, we're talking about jobs in general. Like legitimately, any kind of job. There are more job seekers than jobs. And that is not just white collar jobs. That is not just mid-management jobs. That is not just leadership level jobs. Those are jobs. When you hear someone say, I've applied to 500 jobs this year and not heard back from any of them, do you honestly think that's only 500 jobs only in their niche, at their level? I've applied to 600 jobs. There is no way in hell that there have been 600 jobs that are like director level or above for employer brand and talent marketing. No, I have been applying all over the place to anything that even remotely aligns with my experience. And not just that, I've been applying to anything. It took me, I think it was, I had to go back and count, it was like 22 applications to hourly part-time retail job before I got through on anything. When people are saying they're applying to hundreds of jobs, they're talking about jobs in general. And I think this is where a lot of job seeker frustration is coming from, because people who are not in it keep coming at us with like, we'll just go apply at a restaurant. We'll just go substitute teach. We'll just go drive Uber Eats. We'll just go get a retail job. We'll just go drive a forklift. We'll just go apply to an Amazon warehouse. Like those jobs, all jobs, all jobs, all jobs, all jobs. There's not a lot of them. And just because you can go to a job board and see a bunch of things listed, those aren't real jobs. Like so much of what is out there online right now is fucking fake. Fake in a number of different ways. I did a whole video about the different types of ghost jobs that exist, but like there are so few
Ghost
real jobs where people are taking applications, interviewing, and then hiring a person to fill that role. And this is where, you know, a lot of us feel like we're being gaslit by the rest of you. And why we say things like, if you're not in it, just stop having an opinion. Because this is not like it used to be. This is so different.
Speaking on it.
And it's so different for a number of reasons. One, yes, we have been in recessions before where there have been more people out of work than there were jobs available. That has happened before. But what hasn't happened necessarily is the proliferation of AI. Because part of the reason why AI is such a problem with the job search is screening candidates who come through, and also the fact that your resume gets buried because of the number of AI chatbots that send out fake resumes. That is a big problem on the recruiter side. They get hundreds of applications from fake people that come through AI bots.
What?
Okay, so AI is fucking up the market. But like AI is our savior. That's one problem. Another problem is the fact that in the US, our government is refusing to acknowledge what is happening. They are refusing to release numbers, or they are fudging the numbers because they need to look successful. And so there is not the level of urgency and visibility that we used to have in recessions on the job market. And then you also have this thing of like the sheer number of fake jobs. I mean, they have done surveys, they have done studies that like something like over 40% of recruiters have said, yes, I have put out fake jobs before. We can't all just drive Uber Eats
long-winded, boy,
and become plumbers.
Woo!
Or nurses or waiters. I got you. We'll get through it.
The job market has lost its mind, because tell me why. This actually makes no sense. This is how it used to be, okay? You walk in to the place where you want to work, okay? If they have like a hiring sign or whatever, you leave your resume there, the manager looks at it, they give you a call back to come in for an interview, they interview you, they get a vibe check, they make sure that everything you're saying is correct, they may call your references, whatever. If they like you, they hire you, right? That's how it used to go. What the hell is wrong? Why now is it like, okay, and everyone, I've heard everyone talk about this. I've heard everybody talk about this. It is, you apply online through like Indeed or like the company's website or whatever. You then wait 2-3 weeks maybe to hear back from the company on whether or not you have been selected to come in for an interview, at which point they will call you. If they've selected you, they will call you, have like, you know, a phone interview, vibe check over the phone. Great, you know. Next, you go in for an interview, and you know, they ask you whatever. So many different places do it differently. Okay, what the hell is up with round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5? What the hell are we doing 5 interviews for? Like, literally, I'm sorry, but like, are managers like not able to get a vibe anymore? Like, I just don't understand. Like, I've been a supervisor before and I have interviewed people. I don't know what is going on that people can't like make a decision. Like, it like is so clear when you're interviewing people whether or not, and I understand there's like there are multiple candidates for one option. Okay, if you interview one candidate after another and they're very close, it's obvious. It's obvious which one it is, because you should be able to get a vibe check on people. Like, are we unable to do that now?
So, you hear all the time about how people are, like, all you see online is people's highlight reels, right? Well, it's about as real as it gets. I've applied to over 150 jobs. There's stuff that I have been overly qualified for. There's stuff that I should have been a shoo-in because I knew people. If you want to talk about feeling so defeated, the jobs that I have been able to pick up, I'm really grateful for it. I've met amazing people. So I see God working in that, and I've blessed my life abundantly. Like, the hard part is like knowing that I can't pay the bills. It feels like an impossible situation. So, that's my update today. All right, enough of me babbling on here.
Yeah, get your financial houses in order. 'Cause listen, I worked in corporate America 41 years. I've been laid off, reassigned, relocated, demoted, reorganized, all that stuff. And there's some things that are pretty common in corporate America, right? So right now you see the big companies like Amazon and UPS announcing layoffs, and Microsoft and a few others. Okay, the next wave is the smaller companies. They're not small like a mom and pop store. They're just smaller than Fortune 10, Fortune 50, like they're Fortune 500 or Fortune 1000. But they employ a lot of people, and layoffs are like dance fads. They just get popular all of a sudden. And these smaller companies will be like, listen, these big companies take the hit in the media, we can start laying off people too. Because what happens is companies can make their books look better by the end of the year if they get rid of salaries and benefits. And then that prepares them for a first quarter. And they think, well, if we could start fast in the first quarter, we can get a lot of things. We can get our money to look good and blah, blah, blah. And then in January, they'll be like, oh, you know what? We didn't get out to the good start that we thought. They start laying off again in February. So if you are in corporate America right now, I am just saying, get your financial house in order, because the big companies are the first wave, the medium companies are the second wave, and smaller companies are the third wave. And we're still in that first wave and it's not finished.
And they are on your head, man. They are on our heads. You know, all I can say is, you know, I think the best thing for any of us to do is like the one lady said, is you got to start creating, man. You got to create your own business. You got to do something with your hands. You know, you got to make something, create your own opportunities, because it's tough, man. Don't give up though. Keep going. Keep filling out applications. Because I see it. I mean, I see on LinkedIn, it's people that are accepting new jobs at companies that I want to work for. You know what I mean? They getting jobs at Netflix and Warner Brothers and, you know, Paramount, and, you know, so they're out there. Obviously, there are jobs to have been gotten or to be had. So yeah, just don't give up, man. You do what you need to do as far as, you know, updating your resume, making sure it looks good and it's formatted properly. If you have gone to school, see if your school has some sort of, you know, career services, some career advisement services program or something like that where they can help you. I know my school does, so I mean I've been tapping into them. They help me at least, you know, redo my resume. Uh, you know, use AI to help you figure out, make sure, you know, you're lining it up right, or you making yourself properly competitive. And but don't use AI to actually write your stuff, because as you see, they are monitoring and using uh, filter programs. So, you know, good luck. Good luck to you, man. I hope it works out for you. Hope it works out for me. Boy, I need it. It's either that or, you know, this. Y'all hit the like button. And then if I'm in your city, buy some tickets, man. Buy some tickets to the show. That's what my decision was. You know, keep trying to do this 9 to 5 thing in the interim. I got bills to pay. You know, got a family I'm trying to develop properly. But, you know, it's almost like you can't really bank on that. You gotta have at least 2 side hustles these days, it seems. You gotta put a lot of effort into it, man. So good luck, you know. All right, I was recording it, y'all. That's why I had to do that like that. That's why I had to end that out like that. Ain't it crazy? This job thing is crazy.
I mean, there's a little bit of things you could do. You could be a good employee and be productive and all this kind of stuff, good reviews. But a lot of times, it won't even matter. They're just cutting numbers, and your name is just one of those numbers. So get your house in order, because as people on these apps are saying right now, Americans are closer to being on Snap than they are to being a billionaire, right? We're closer to being on Snap, right? It used to be people were 2-3 paychecks away, and now it's like 2.5 paychecks or 2 paychecks. So, yeah, maybe there is a storm coming. Wall Street and the White House doesn't matter, because those companies make money regardless, because the institutional investors will see to it, right? Will see to it, but they don't see to the employees. They will cheer. You see Amazon stock and those stocks of those companies, when they announce layoffs, their stock go up, because the investors are happy that they're getting rid of salaries
and they can use those resources, those funds,
I think we're in
capital.
for a bumpy ride, and I think this is the first
Yeah,
wave.
that's in the company.
So do what you can and make sure you're prepared for the second and third wave, because that's when it hits most.
Yeah, he ain't lying. Frog Voice, man, is not lying, man. Gotta get it together. Alright, let's see.
I just got denied from Walmart as a cashier. I have a fucking master's degree, bro. For 12 years, I'm $120 fucking thousand in debt.
I've applied for over 100 companies.
$120,000 in debt.
Even for
The job posted this week, over 100 applicants. Posted
Right.
5 hours ago, over 100 applicants.
Right.
Okay, this is crazy. 1 hour ago, over 100 applicants.
If you're one of the over 7 million Americans, 1.5 million in looking for work, you're probably already well aware of what I'm about to say. But the job market is absolutely. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, of the 7.2 million Americans currently on a search for a job, roughly a quarter of them have been completely unemployed for over 6 months. And Canada tells a similar story, with 22% of job seekers being in the same boat. Between the general economic uncertainty we're experiencing, the rise of AI, and everything else going on in the world, it's not much of a stretch to say that most job sectors are at least looking with new mass layoffs being seemingly announced every week. But the one pocket of the job market that is undeniably being ravaged much faster than the rest, entry level. The most recent data shows that the unemployment rate for recent college grads is currently sitting around 5.7%. For comparison, the average overall unemployment rate is 4.2%, but much worse is the underemployment. That is the number of recent college graduates who are working in positions that don't even require a degree. That number sits at a whopping 42%, meaning that nearly half the people who just dedicated years of their lives and tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to getting an education have been unable to use that education to enter the field that they're now qualified to work in. 42%. It's almost like entry-level jobs don't even really exist anymore. And that's mostly because they don't, and we need to talk about it. Entry-level jobs used to be exactly what they sound like. First job you'd get when you're new to a particular industry.
Yeah.
The expectation was that you'd have little to no experience going in, likely because you graduated, but an entry-level role would allow you to get your foot in the door so that you could start making money while you gain the experience that you need that will eventually allow you to advance and build a solid career. Common sense, right? The problem, though, is that if you hop onto Indeed or LinkedIn, search for entry-level roles in almost any field, what you'll likely find are job postings that claim to be for entry-level roles and that pay entry-level salaries, but that expect you to have 2 or 3 or maybe even 5 years of experience already under your belt.
Right.
Listen, I'm no mathematician, okay? But
That's
math
crazy.
ain't math in here. This leads to the obvious question of how are you supposed to qualify for an entry-level job when you need to already have years of experience, and how you gain that experience without being able to get a job? I am so glad you asked. Buckle in for this one. As we're about to talk about, in times like these, when the job market is so unstable, I think it's more important than ever to take control of your income and start something of your own. The problem, though, is that usually when you start a business, there's a ton of upfront costs with no guarantee of success, which is obviously risky. Like, if you wanted to start a clothing brand, for example, you'd have to pre-order hundreds or even thousands of garments and find somewhere to store them all without even knowing if they're ever going to sell. But with print-on-demand companies like today's sponsor, Printful, there's no upfront cost or inventory to deal with, as your products are printed and shipped to order only after you make a sale. Printful integrates directly with Shopify and tons of other platforms.
This is
to help
an
you build
ad.
the
This
brand
is
and
a
the business
great
you've always
ad.
dreamed of.
It
All you have to do is
is.
the marketing.
It's a wonderful
In a lot of
ad.
industries,
She did that.
so-called
She
entry-level
did that
roles
ad.
are now actually mid-level roles, hence the 2 to 5 years of required experience. But by calling them entry-level, they can offer candidates junior-level pay. Clever. But if you're freshly graduated and you're looking to hit the ground running to gain that experience, well, too bad for you. Instead of paying you to work while you grow your skill set, companies now expect you to side projects on your own time or maybe take on internships to gain that experience instead. Those side gigs and internships may pay a little or they may pay nothing at all, and even they aren't necessarily easy to secure, but once again, that's supposed to be your problem. And then once you've spent a few years working for next to nothing or literally nothing and you have hands-on experience to show, now maybe you can qualify for one of those entry-level roles that pays you half of what you should be earning by that point. Isn't that cool? Companies used to hire entry-level employees with the understanding that they'd have to train them for the role, but that investing in them in this way gave them the opportunity to grow with the company in the long term. That was mutually beneficial for both parties. But now they expect you to show up pre-trained and with all the skills and experience already in place, yet they're still not going to pay you appropriately for those skills and that experience. And even beyond the obvious issues with the system, there's a whole nother layer to this internship ecosystem that isn't often being talked about. If you keep up at all with traditional media outlets like news, or you watch late night shows or game shows, radio, whatever, you may have noticed that there's a very particular type of person that tends to be overrepresented. Actually, the exact same thing happens in politics too. Those industries are overrun by wealthy people who are often completely out of touch with reality, who have no idea how normal people live. A lot of times, they're straight up Nepo babies whose families have worked in showbiz or politics for generations, or who are otherwise prominent and well off. Want to know why this happens? Because the entertainment industry, along with politics and a handful of other industries like them, rely heavily on unpaid interns. If you want to get a job working at The Tonight Show, or at CNN, or on SNL, or back in the day if you wanted to work on The Ellen Show or The Oprah Show, or whatever, the way you would do that is hope that you're lucky enough to land an unpaid internship so you can work there for free for a few years. And then maybe, just maybe, if you are the hardest working unpaid employee on the staff, you'll eventually get hired for a paid position. But who can afford to support themselves as a 20-something while working an unpaid internship? especially in the most expensive cities in the world, where a lot of these roles are based out of, like New York City or Los Angeles or DC or Toronto. Rich kids, that's who. People whose families can afford to support them while they chase their dreams. It's not for a lack of love or desire to help, but most working class families simply could not afford to put up their adult child in an apartment in New York City and pay for all their expenses while they spend months or years volunteering for Lorne Michaels or Jimmy Fallon or Jon Stewart. It's just not possible. So the only people who get the chance are rich kids from rich families who can afford it. And then those industries, they become dominated by wealthy people because no one else even had the opportunity. And yeah, this is a really big issue in politics, and it's why neither party ever truly represents the people. But when every sector starts heading in this direction, what happens? Like, for most people, the expense of college in and of itself can be stifling. Now, even that's not enough. You can't afford to work for free to gain experience, you'll never land a role in your field at all. Like, no wonder so many people in their 20s are still living with their parents. It's almost like every time they try to take a step forward, someone just grabs them by the ankles and drags them back to the starting line. But this paradox of needing work to get experience and needing experience to get work, as backwards as it sounds, is only one piece of this shit pie. You may have heard the claim that millennials and Gen Zs are the most educated generations. And if you're a boomer, you may have rolled your eyes at this made a disparaging comment, but it's 100% true. Only about 25% of baby boomers in the US and Canada hold a 4-year degree, and many didn't even get those degrees until later in life. When we look at Gen X, about 35% hold a bachelor's, but with millennials and Gen Z, that number jumps up to 40+%. And if we include other forms of post-secondary education, like diplomas and apprenticeships and certifications, we're now talking in the range of 60 to 70% having some form of post-secondary education, which again is the highest ever in history. The unfortunate reality is that while people being more educated is a net positive, both to themselves individually and to the world as a whole, with so many degree holders wandering around, having one just doesn't give you the edge it may have even 10 or 20 years ago. And because so many people have so many credentials, employers can raise the bar on what they're looking for in a candidate.
Look at me, I'm a grad student. I'm 30 years old and I made $600 last year. Don't make fun of grad students. It's made a terrible life choice.
They can decide that they'll only hire someone with a bachelor's even if the job doesn't warrant it, or that they'll only hire someone with a master's even if the job really only needs a bachelor's. But again, of course, they're not going to pay someone with a master's degree what they should be earning. They're basically forcing people into underemployment, where they can only find jobs that they're way overqualified for, and because finding any job at all is so hard right now, they should be somehow grateful for whatever pitiful wage they can get. So with that, we now have people with master's degrees working in entry-level roles. We have people with bachelor's degrees bagging groceries at Walmart, and people who only have high school diplomas start YouTube channels, I guess. And of course, we'd be remiss not to talk about the AI-generated elephant in the room. I'm not going to try to speculate on how AI is going to affect the world and the job market in the long run. No one really knows for sure, especially not me. Is it possible that we're just in some sort of bubble right now and everyone's kind of overreacting, but that things will return to some form of normalcy in the next few years? Maybe. Is it possible that AI will take everyone's job in the near future and permanently change the fabric of society? Also maybe. Like I said, I really don't know. But what I do know is this. As of right now, AI is screwing up the job market in at least 2 major ways. First, yes, there are certain roles in certain industries that are quickly being made obsolete because AI can do a lot of that work that humans used to. And unfortunately, we are seeing this primarily in entry-level roles. AI sucks shit at a lot of things, but it's already being implemented fairly successfully to do tasks like note-taking, copywriting, customer service, design, and even basic coding. The IT and tech sector is probably being hit the hardest with entry-level roles being outsourced to AI, but really, nearly every industry is being affected to some extent already. Like, last year, I took Levi to the vet, and I was informed that the exam room we were in was mic'd up and connected to an AI program that was listening to the discussion I had with the doctor, and that it would automatically record notes into Levi's file about whatever it is we talked about. Prior to this, a veterinary assistant used to be in the room writing everything down while I talked to the doctor and while she did the exam, but now that task is obsolete, and it's probably not a stretch to say that the entire role will eventually be phased out as these things become more automated. And when that happens, we'll see more and more people with higher credentials fighting over fewer available positions that they're objectively overqualified for. And when there are more applicants than jobs available, employers hold the cards to pay less and less. It becomes a race to the bottom. So yeah, every industry is kind of screwed. But the other way that AI is ruining the job market is with the hiring process itself. Like, most companies nowadays don't have actual humans reviewing the job applications they receive. Instead, they use AI software called Applicant Tracking System, or ATS, scan resumes for certain keywords and phrases, and auto-reject anything that doesn't precisely match their specifications.
Right.
This undoubtedly filters out tons of perfectly qualified applicants for every role just based on trivial things like resume formatting or using a different word than the AI has been trained to pick out, even if it means the exact same thing. Like, for example, think about using the word timely instead of punctual. It completely eliminates the potential for human nuance. According to Forbes, approximately 75% of resumes get filtered out by the ATS before a human ever reads them, which is insane, but job seekers know this. So now, many of them are using AI to write their resumes and cover letters by feeding a specific job posting into an LLM and telling it to perfectly craft a resume based on the keywords in that post.
Right.
So basically, the entire job seeking process now has just boiled down to AIs talking to other AIs. Like, use AI to make your resume, and then you submit it to an AI. It uses AI to reject it. Because of this automated resume filtering, most applicants are having to apply to literally hundreds of jobs before even getting lucky enough to get past the ATS and land a single interview. But don't worry, because it's smooth sailing at that point, right? Nope. This is something that I only learned very recently, but apparently even job interviews are now being conducted by AI in a lot of cases. Instead of meeting with a recruiter face-to-face or even on Zoom, many companies now force applicants to initially do one-sided interviews where they're fed questions and made to answer them on the fly in front of a webcam that's recording them, and once again, filtering their answers through an AI during ATS, but there's no one on the other end of the screen. And maybe, just maybe, if you answer every single question absolutely perfectly with the exact right words and the exact right phrasings and the exact right cadence, maybe you'll get past the AI and eventually get to interview with an actual human being. Maybe. Or if not, you'll just get an automated rejection letter, which is written by, wait for it, AI. Myself, I haven't interviewed for a job in well over a decade, which is why this was all news to me. But when I used to do interviews, I always knew that I was able to be personable and confident and that I could get the recruiter to like me.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, I don't think that I had a single interview from the time that I was 18 onwards where if I wanted the job, I didn't get it.
Right.
Interviews were about sussing out skills for sure, but they were also about vibes, about personality, about communication styles, and whether you seemed like someone who was receptive to learning and who would fit in well with the company. Talking to someone face to face let you read their body language and get a feel for what it is they want to hear from you. And if you were qualified and had a reasonable degree of social skills, job interviews for entry-level gigs really weren't that hard.
Yeah.
But apparently, at just 33, I'm a dinosaur now. The point I'm trying to make is that getting an entry-level job is now almost like winning the lottery. Like, there are thousands of people who are just as qualified, if not more qualified than you, applying to every single role. And whether or not your ticket gets picked is mostly just down to luck. I made a whole video about this last summer, which I'll link to, but there's also an epidemic of fake jobs, meaning that companies are posting listings for job openings that don't actually exist, positions that they have no intention to fill. They call them ghost jobs, and CNBC reports that 3 out of every 10 current listings are bogus. Companies do this for a whole host of reasons, including farming applicants' data, misleading investors into thinking the company's growing when it's not, which is fraud, and deceiving overworked employees into thinking that they're hiring help when they're not actually doing so. But once again, what this results in is wasting people's time, making them applying for jobs that don't even exist, and getting their hopes up over and over just to pull the rug out from underneath them. And finally, we have to talk about foreign workers. I want to approach this part of the video very delicately, because by and large, I am very pro-immigration, and I don't want it to sound otherwise. Diversity of culture is our culture here in North America, and
That's a good point. But yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough, man. I don't know. I don't know what we gonna do, man. I don't know, but she made some really good valid points, man. Dang good points. That's hard. There you go. One more. Woo!
Okay, Chuck, what do you want to do now? Okay, Chuck, and you said you want to create this meeting.
running. Woo. Woo. Oh. Fell off the edge, man. You fucker. Ugh. Keep putting these dumb cars away, bro. What that was. Bam. Oh, I'm on the highway. I can't do nothing like that. Bitch. That was below me. speeds on. Uh-huh. My bad. Take a little breather, man. It's been 5 hours out. We'll be back in the AM though. We'll be back in the morning though. Even though I'm busy. Then I don't gotta work Monday either, so Monday gonna go down too. All right, guys. See you in the morning. On the morning. All right. Hope we enjoyed. Had some pretty good information there. Played the game. Did some good music. Be back tomorrow. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. Appreciate it, man. It means a lot. Ain't been but one person. Even if that's no one. It's cool. Appreciate it.